Good morning. Tuesday, 18 August 2026. It's 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time. This is Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. I stream every day, every trading day, from 8 o'clock in the morning until 1500 Central Standard Time. That's the complete cash market. And once in a while, I'll have an Asia opening range breakout session, but that's not every day. So this is, as I said, my virtual trading journal. The concept is that everything that is visible on my two primary monitors here for IRT and Bookmap is captured in the video, and then my narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So that gives me a complete, very detailed, live in real time journal, much more accurately than I could ever do if I was trying to type something and screen snap at the same time. And this way I can focus on the market and not worry about the journal takes care of itself. Now, I only trade live, and I trade on Bookmap, and I only trade on the live stream. And that's a commitment. So, having said that, and I typically only trade structured trades, which I have vetted statistically to have a positive expectancy. Sometimes I'll have a little discretion, but primarily I'm trying to stick to a systematic approach. And I do the homework myself in Bookmap, in IRT, I'm sorry. So having said that, this is not, the purpose of the stream is not trade advice or financial advice. And there's a disclaimer in the description. Please read that. But it wouldn't be much of a trading journal if I didn't capture my trade. So I don't really know what else to do. And that's the point. That's the theory. So I think that pretty much, I don't script this stuff either. So, you can probably figured that out. Now we can do the first order of business, which are the reports. And we have several out this morning. They're all out at 7:30. Housing starts, export prices, import price index, building permits, industrial production. None of them are 3-star events, and they are pretty much all out at 7:30. So we're pretty much cooked through all of them. So we've got a couple left to go in about 12 minutes, but but there you go. Now this is investing.com, which is my usual old-fashioned go-to news source. They only deal with or track standard, normal economic and revenue-related events, which I appreciate, and I like the format here for, to screen snap and post somewhere, Discord or someplace. It's free. They are free. Both news sources are free, and I keep them that way so that anybody can have access to the same resources without having to pay for something wherever they are in the world. I think that makes sense. Notice that the head event title of each one of these turns to a URL. So if you don't know what export prices index month over month is, you can click that and find out all about it. We are in earnings season. The only earnings out this morning of any consequence is Home Depot. I mean, Grupo Mexico, not that, and Toyota is out, but none of these are really market moving events. We sort of threw the Mag 7 and everybody's kind of focused on that. And there we are. The other news source I use is Financial Juice. And they're a little bit different in that they have a, if there is a recognized event which has potential risk to our auction, to the market auction, they will try to pull it into their calendar. And this right side is more of a squawk box, which is kind of a, a live, a squawk box is just a live running narrative here. And I appreciate that, because in this environment, and it's got nothing to do with politics, right? It's reality. As traders today, our basic primary driving force, motivation, job, whatever you want to call it, is to preserve our account. And the way you do that, first and foremost, is risk management. Well, if there's some event, Trump's going to say something, for example, or, that's a classic example, because I hope you realize, if you're listening to the sound of my voice, that since this administration's been in office, there's been some pretty earth-shaking developments in the daily auction based on something he said, whether it's even true or not. Or, I don't mean true in that whether it happened or not. I'll never forget, about 2 months ago, he tweeted on Truth Social that China had done something, and as a result, he was going to put 190% tariff or some silly shit, some silly thing like that on China, on whatever. The market tanked 29 handles instantly. Now, turns out, that was at 10 o'clock on a Friday. Turns out China had not done that. And as a result, and nothing happened, you know what I mean? But it was a tweet, and it was market moving risk. So that's why I appreciate that kind of thing, being able to spot that, because it could be dramatic, have a dramatic impact on my account, your account, and our trading. So there we go. And they will pull that sort of thing into their calendar if they can, and obviously, if, Trump says something, he's been going on about how he's going to bomb Qatar if they, quit helping Iran with the Strait of Hormuz. And so now they're coming back with, we need to do this. And that's worth keeping track of. So there we go. Now, having said that, let's look at the pre-market. Well, first of all, we're way gap down. Let's just cut to the chase. This is IRT. This is my typical old-fashioned charting package. And you'll notice in the header of all of these tabs, or these charts, is the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you always know where you are. This group is the micros, and this group is the minis. Same layout idea. But you see how far we've gapped down overnight. So let's stick with what I was getting ready to say. If you see this little white button right over here, that's where we're trading right now. Look how far down we've gapped. This is the higher time frame chart, which is, again, MES daily chart, daily bars, and a 1-day RTH session. So each one of these represents an RTH trading session. Am I streaming and everything's happening right? Yeah, it looks like so. Okay, great. Did some changes in the background in OBS, and you never know. With the help of AI, which the first time it helped me, it was a disaster. Anyway, wasn't a disaster. Never mind. Here was yesterday's trade. Here we are now. So we're going to open gap down big time. And the way to look at that, and this is the market profile. Let me continue my shtick here. This is the market profile, and I'm assuming you know what that means. These are time, price, opportunity, TPOs instead of any of the other chart stuff. And this is the full session. I don't change the market profile from ES to MES, but I do change from full session to RTH session. Okay, let's quickly look at, let me also say that in this, the way these charts work in the higher time frame is wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around it, and that gives me the micro composite. Generates a micro composite POC. These red and green lines you see represent the high and the low volume nodes of this profile, volume profile, and those values push to bookmap. So do the session price values push to bookmap. And what will happen today, if we do not trade back up and close the gap, then this will be the end of this market, of this micro composite, and this will start a new one. And here's a perfect example. Here we were trading, we gapped up, we didn't close the gap, this gapped again and didn't overlap, and so therefore this one's out by himself over here. That's how it works. That's how I do it. Whether that's correct or wrong or right, I don't know or care. What I do is what is consistent, and it's the same every time. Nothing frustrates me more than somebody talking about something, and yesterday they said they did it a completely different way. So take it or leave it. That's where it's at. Now, this is bookmap, and just quickly, the columns right to left. This is the micro composite where I've entered the naked volume point of control, the POC, the all-time high, all of that kind of, or the gap high, all of these things. And here are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to bookmap. This is the full session volume profile, which started plotting last night at 1700 and will continue through 1600 today. These are the RTH volume profile and delta, which will reset this morning at 8:30. This is my statistics column, which is real important to me, and I think it should be important to anybody trading. And we'll deal with this here in a minute and update it all for today. And these are the session prices for my RT. This is the complete level 2 book, ask and bid, resting liquidity. No dome here because it was taken, those dome columns were taking up too much real estate. And this is a price level. Now, I don't have any indicators on my book map or my IRT, just price, volume, probabilities. And now I'm looking at these gamma exposure levels, which you see here from Mint or Q. Anyway, we have a POC for the full session and a POC for the RTH. POC meaning nothing more than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So far, the most contracts in the overnight, right here, 2504, have traded at 77.35 right there. The minute, the split second, the moment one of these other prices trades 2505, this yellow line is going to move there. That's just it. Right here was 20. Look at here. It was 24.57, 61. Now it's traded up to 65. The minute we get down here and this price trades more than 2505, this will go back down there again. It's just that simple. And it's real. Yeah, I need to keep it simple, stupid. That works really good for me. There's a VWAP for both RTH and Globex, and there's a mid. And then these are just session prices, IB high and low, which is just nothing more complicated than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's all. And then, as I said, these GEX levels, which I'm just trying to figure out all about this stuff. Over here is Blue Boy, which is just a vertical line I put on the first print of every session. And I do that for this exact reason. Right here, this column is the active data column. This is live market right here, right now. If I can glance left and see this line, I know that without any question, I have the complete understanding of what the context was in this session so far. Hey, Anton, what's up, dude? Quite a big gap down we've got here. 35 handles. I guess you're probably short. I don't know. And so there we are. Now the next step is to do the statistics column. First thing I want to do is set the column title correctly so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream or anybody else does, they can see immediately what the open type was. And that's real simple to figure out. There's only two criteria. Here's the current market. if we opened right here, right now, how would that price compare to the previous RTH close? That happens to be right there. Lower than the close. How does that price compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the previous RTH low. So I can assume that the high is above us. So this is going to be lower out of range. That's gap down. And I'll change that title to right there so that I know what we're dealing with. And remember that these records and the stream is permanent. That's why all my trades are live on the stream. Nothing's ever edited or, replayed or anything like that. And so now what we're going to do, here are the statistics from yesterday. Well, they don't match up or associate with their prices very well anymore, do they? So we're going to clear those columns and get the new ones. Oh man, my eyes. And the statistics come from our old friend IRT over here. Here was yesterday. And here we are today, lower out of range. The way this study works is simple as hell, like everything else. It looks back at the most recent 1,852 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened lower out of range 279 of them. Of the days we opened lower out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 71.3 times. Overnight volume point of control 71.3. Oop, drum roll. There you go. That's all there is to it. This looks like it needs to scoot up a tick. And then I will just simply go down the list. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Then the next one is, whoops, the overnight mid. Oh, overnight high. Look at, the IB high. Look at there, 67.4. That is crazy. Wow. Well, that's way in the hell up here somewhere. And I do mean way in the hell. Actually, it's up here under the previous RTH high because we didn't come back and hit it again. I'm going to leave that one blank. I'm going to put it at the previous high. Let's look at the previous high first and foremost here. The previous high go. They're getting bad. Wow. Previous low. I find that amazing, actually. Where'd previous high go, damn it? Somebody tell me. Previous high, 12.2%. No wonder I couldn't find it. Holy smokes. That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? The IB low is 59.1. The reason I wanted to put that in there is so I could demonstrate that. Obviously, the minute we open, the IB low is going to immediately move down to below price because remember the definition. It's just the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH. So that's all there is to it. Let's get back to something that makes sense over here. Overnight mid is 66.7. Boom. Okay. Boy, you don't want to be very nice, do you? Over here, Mr. Level. What's going on? Well, that's not moving, and I don't know why. There, got to go one more. Boy, I had that way off. Sorry about that. Overnight low. How low can we go? I want to see the previous close. Previous low, previous close. 40.1 is the previous close. What does that mean? If you stop and think about it, that means that there's a 40.1% probability we close the gap because that's the definition of the gap, isn't it? Overnight high is 30.1. I wonder if this damn thing is... I'm surprised about that IB high thing. That's pretty weird. Let me see if I can do something here. Huh. Well, previous low is 63.4. And I need to do the TLab snap now. I'm going to leave those alone for the moment until I see where they... Oh, previous POC, that's a pretty good one. That's 28.7. Okay. Ooh. Well, she's going to gym. Neighbor lady's going to the gym. Okay. Now. Somebody calling me, or I don't know, it's going off and all kinds of crap's happening. I don't know what, but it does, all it says is the calendar. Anyway. All right. So I want to get back to now the, well, there you go. Second short of the day. Good for you. Good for you. That's great. So this is the TLab snap, which I do every day. And it's just a, a snap with all the numbers and stuff on it. And I posted in the Traders Lab, which is a Bookmap Discord chat room that I used to spend a bit of time in. And now my machine doesn't want to talk to me, right? And so I do that every day at 8:20. Every day around 6 in the morning-ish, I post the reports, and then at about 8:20, I post this snap. Right here, which is just to give the folks in there all the levels that they may want to have. And here we have yesterday's RTH, and here we have where we are trading right now. Big old gapperoonie. So, yeah, we started, the Traders Lab was started by Tom B. It's not a live trading or a trade calling room. He's got 48 years experience. There's a lot of good people in there. And so I feel a bit of camaraderie for them. And I've been doing this post for a long time as just part of my drill. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we've traded through a whole bunch of stuff here. Getting back to what I'm doing now. It's 23 after. Okay, so we did the statistics. I'm still pretty surprised. Let's see the overnight low one. That's one I always want to have on here. Volume is up around 90%, which blows my mind. Overnight low, right? Is that what I was looking for? Oh, come on. Overnight low. What? Overnight low was 71.7%. Well, there you go. Second short of the day. Congratulations. That money's, you're going to need a bigger truck, dude, to haul that money to the bank. I don't know why this damn thing is. I don't know who was trying to call me or whatever, but yeah, sucks. All right, let's just get on with life in the fast lane here. I think I made some headway trying to figure out this Gex crap. I found out something pretty interesting about the book map level. you've got to refresh the levels manually, it seems like. So that's fun. Yeah. I'm kind of debating the magic box today when we're on a big gap down like that. I don't know what to think about that. But anyway, let's get on to the next business at hand here, where am I? Okay. Let's look at, that's not fun. What is this all about? In order to trade with Bookmap, that's pretty important, huh? You need to activate the trade control panel by selecting an account. You can then close or click the button again and it stays active, but you get, I have the metrics displayed here, and then you get cancel and close. I need to be sure I have the right setups going on over here. So this is the Magic Box 3, that's correct. Am I on the right statistics? Yes, I am. Do I have the multi-account going? Yes, I do. Okay. Price lines, that's this Magic Box thing. I mean, that's this Gex story. According to the Mentor people, when you have a Gex level and a blind level real close by, that's a, clustered like that, that's a big potential impetus for the market. Those blind levels are where they look at correlation between other random instruments around that aren't really reflected in the options market. Just listening to something they were talking about, trying to figure this out. And okay, we're going to open in 6 minutes. I'm going to start the drill for the Magic Box trade here. I'm thinking I might shut off those Gex levels. That's kind of all over every place, isn't it? I don't know, maybe not. The idea of the Magic Box is it's just an opening range breakout trade. Yesterday it didn't pan out. Ended up scratch. Let's see what's going on up here. By the way, I don't think Tom was streaming on Friday and yesterday. He wasn't posting anything in the TLab either. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I hope he's okay. He's probably on vacation or something. The feds probably had him come out to Jackson Hole to give him some pointers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't read through that stuff. Actually, I only look at the TLab. I just go in there to make my post every day. And sometimes I'll read the 2 or 3 posts up. In the morning, usually it's Repeat that's been doing his activity. And yeah, I hope he's okay. I'm sure he is. I'm sure he's just on vacation. He probably talked about being on vacation this week somewhere, last week somehow. I would suppose. I'm sure somebody in there, maybe ask, where's Tom? I'm sure somebody in there, I'll pony it up. Okay, what did I forgot to do now? I don't know. I'm debating shutting these damn lines off. We'll see what happens here. We are definitely going to open gap down. I'll have to stop and think about this. If it opens gap down and the price starts to trade up to get a long on, I don't know whether I would be warm and fuzzy with that. That would seem like it's kind of yeah. I think I have to just start not worrying about the stream and stuff and start trading. I mean, I know I have to do that, but like you're in there already going a couple of trades already. And it was pretty obvious that we're dropping off of here, right? Sure. And you're trading the ES anyway, not the MES. Okay, I got shit flashing all over every place. Okay. Never mind. Never mind. So there we are, and we're open, and the 30-second window has started ticking. And I'm not even remotely ready for it. There we go. Going on with this shit? What's Mentor Q doing here? Now it's jumping all around. Oh, IRT shut down again. Son of a bitch. Well, I don't know what's happening here, but I'm not liking it much. What happened here? How'd that work? Something's all screwed up. I trailed my stop up here. Price was trading above us, and it took me out. Well, I don't get it, but this is not good. Shit, over. Well, I'm, for some reason, no matter, even though I have IRT completely disconnected from trading stuff, other than looking at the data, every time I enter a trade in Bookmap, it crashes IRT. So I've got just another magic situation at hand. Almost got up to my T1 there. I trailed up to break even. I'll be interested to see that one. That'll be a real interesting trade to watch happen. Oops, I didn't do the open. So there we go. And we're doing a gap up. Gap rules. Where'd they go? There we go. And yeah, I don't know what the story is with that, but that's not fun. Now we're going to trade down, I guess. I'm going to try to get everything else back on. Yeah, me too. I got nothing bad to say about Tom. That I mean, maybe he's a complete asshole. I don't know. Obviously, I only know him, or we only know him, unless, we only know him from the TLab, so who knows? But, yeah, me too. Well, that is just magic. So now it's getting worse instead of better. Yeah. Yeah, I think of all the people that I have listened to, and probably and why I feel, a responsibility every day to post my at least my two little contributions there. Maybe Tom owns half a book map. What the hell do I know or care actually? But no, I'd stepped away actually. I think he genuinely wants to help people do trading. He's not really showing off because he's not showing his own trades. He's not trying to sell anything like Plosini or one of those guys. So yeah, I've never had any question about thinking Tom was an okay guy. And like I told you, that whoever it was that had been in here and had heard me mention that I had no idea whether Tom had ever been a professional trader or not, or really trades and stuff like that, because how would I know? And he reached out in a thing and showed me a copy of supposedly his I don't know, some document from way back when he was a money manager. I think it was a Series 3, maybe. And not nasty, I understand you have a question about that or whatever, and here's my stuff, and hope that any questions or something like that. And I just said, no, thanks a lot, appreciate it. And now I'm busy wondering what the flying Jesus. So magic. Well, I don't see any trades traded or anything. Here they are. This cannot be true. And why this one stopped, I don't know. That's too weird. I don't know. I mean, obviously it wouldn't have worked out much better, but hey, there you go. So what are the things that I discovered about the world famous Gex thing last night? I'm on the right window. Oh, miracle. I am. Price lines, okay. Boom. Mentor. First of all, as I said yesterday, I discovered you cannot have any other levels being pushed but these. So now I'm going to go from end of day to intraday. And in order to have that work, you got to I have to update the levels every time I want them updated. Now, try to move this up somewhere and you'll see what I mean. There'll be a pop-up down here that it was accepted or not, and these levels should change. There we are, successfully updated. And the put support just popped up down here. So there I go. Okay, and here are your, we didn't get through, the only naked volume point of control I have is above here. There was only one that I have that we gapped through, but that's just, oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I keep forgetting I'm on the MES and you're on the ES, so never mind. Sorry about that. Never mind. Well, it's back and open, I guess, and let's see if I can get these things switched out so speaking of the TLab people are not having a stroking out on us over there. It's funny to me that the chart that seems to take the biggest trouble of updating is the market profile, which makes no flipping sense. And, here we are. There's our gap. There we are. What are we going to do? I'm still trying to figure out why my thing crashes and what happened with that trade. I don't get it. I'm going to look at Rhythmic here in a little minute and make sure it's that we agree. Yeah, here's the, there's still only one, only one naked volume point of control that I have here. This is for today, so this is, not, oh, wait a minute here. Was the POC, and here's the naked volume point of control from back there on the 11th for whatever that means. Whatever that means. So sucks. Mm-hmm. And I have everything shut off about IRT trading that I can find or remember or anything else. And yet every time I enter a trade, it crashes the whole in Bookmap because it's being sent to Rhythmic, obviously. It crashes the damn thing. Okay, yeah, I just throwing it out there. Well, so here we are. So much for that. I'm going to go back to the other night. I just left the candlesticks on, and I was seeing 3-bar reversal and go long or go take the 3-bar reversal, and it worked out perfect. I'm about half ready to just shit can this whole thing. And if I didn't own the damn thing, I think I would have moved away from it a long time ago. Because I really, as you notice, obviously, I don't really use any part of Bookmap except I like these columns. I like the layout. I like these columns, the ability to put what I want over here. Level 2, bid ask, prices, and then the execution stuff. And plotting the session price deals if I want to do that. So there's the put wall. I did figure out something else too on the mentor thing about the historical data. I don't know if you looked at those videos where the guy was talking about how they provide support and resistance, looking back in time and how accurate they were. I figured out doing that. I'll get it all figured out just about the time I cancel the subscription. Okay, Blue Boy, I don't have him on for the day. Let's get that lazy dog going. Oh man, why do you do that? Man, that sucks. Okay, now we're going. Let's see here. Sure as hell. Well, it's got a negative P&L, so it didn't, Bookmap didn't record it right. Jesus, man. Well, he was calling me like crazy. Usually it's spam crap. I don't usually get any phone calls from anybody. Baird, Wilkie Farr, nobody that I recognize. I suppose there's going to be a lot of spam shit with the elections coming close, and okay. $7,700. Is that the Gex flip, or what? What did I do here? Okay, there's a price. There's $1 high, and there is the market wide. And here's a real tight little IB, 18 to 35. Well, not so tight. 16, 17 house. Overnight mid, and our gaps are way up above us. Oh wait, where's the open? Yeah, this would be the gap low. Forgot about that. That's pretty weird. Okay. High volume nodes above us and below us, the mid and the overnight mid. The IB, we're right in the middle of the IB. Okay, flip is 77, whatever you're saying there, 50, 67. No, wait a minute, 57. Okay. Well, that would be on this thing. Oh, now, come on. That would be right there. Wait a minute. Yeah, that would be right there. 77.45, it says. And here's the ODT, 77.65. Oh, yeah. Working perfect. So there's the put support. And here's the gamma wall ODT. Oh, that's not the other thing. Where's that other? Here we go. Call resistance. What they were saying was the call resistance, the put support are great to look at as far as support and resistance. The market just bounces between the two of them. Okay. Now, if I go to them over here, first of all, let's get rid of, there's end of day. So we'll shut off the end of day. There they are. These stay open for some reason, whether you got anybody turned, oh, this is still turned on. So there's no GEX. All that's on is the blind spots. ES, intraday. $65 is the ODT HVL, and the other HVL is $45. Now that's on this thing. Okay. So let's look at the other deal over here. What were you saying? Oops. Let's look at the SPX. Okay. Oh, baby. Let's get rid of some blind spots over here. End of day. Get rid of that. Okay. There are supposedly the so 7750 is the ODT high volume thing, ODT, and 7754 80.82, which, you know, why aren't they doing that by quarters? But anyway, is the Gex flip according to how I understand it. What's this shit? Oh, that's the gap. Sorry. I'm going, what's this little thing down here? That's the gap. So there you go. Now, in the overnight, it looked like, you know, we broke through what on Bookmap was the put support, and then just traded like crazy. And that, okay, that sounds reasonable. Oh, another thing, I can't change this from overnight to it's only RTH. Notice that? And it looks like it's only, let me see something here. No, I've got it on the UTC 5. Okay. Yeah, so it's only the RTH session. Now, one of the things, what they were doing on that other story was they were doing this. They were doing this thing here. So these are the historical ones. And then they would go back and look at, oh, see how this works great? You know, that's what he was doing. That one guy, what's his name, Patrick or whatever, on that one video. So here is the SPY live real time RTH session intraday levels. Boom. According to this guy. Well, yeah, obviously, I mean, for the price, I would absolutely shit can this thing and go with the Gex A, you know, if I were going to do that. These would cost $200 essentially to have real-time futures levels a month. As opposed to $69. It's not futures, but there's a hell of a big difference. And like you say, it's pretty easy to do the conversion. What that is pretty handy in, that's a pretty handy thing in, what do you call it? Trading View. So if we get rid of Mentor gamma levels, Mentor intraday, this is end of day, go to live. So, and then I can do the conversion as we talked about yesterday, ad nauseum, from SPX to MES. So, and I've got to get up here. Wait a minute. Where's the freaking gap? Oh, this is ETH. I don't see any levels, do you? Oh, it's just updated. See that little thing up in the corner? So I guess it's going to calculate everybody here pretty quick. I suppose. Or not. They claim, if you listen to those Mentor Q guys, they claim they calculate all the, 14,000 tickers or so. I don't know, 1,400 or whatever it is. And that they keep the ODT complete. They calculate all of that completely separately. Why this thing isn't plotting anything, I have no clue. Oh, no? There's nothing. I don't know why there's no anything going here. Mentor gamma levels intraday. Oh, it's thinking about them. See that? It updated them, but it isn't plotting anything. And I'm getting all kinds of phone calls, and I have no idea why. It's people it's numbers I've never heard of. I hate that. I don't know whether to answer them, and then you're in somebody's spam thing, or son of a bitch. It isn't anybody I know. So I have no clue why it's not doing anything. It did update. This indicator needed an update last night. Let's see if the end of days plot. Yeah, there's the end of days. So the live thing doesn't want to plot. The high volume level on the SPX flip is way down here. It says put support way way up above it. Oh, crazy. The minimum expected move is above where we're trading now. So this is all crazy. It's all upside down as near as I can tell. One thing I did figure out needed to be done was update the site. But yeah. And we're in a pretty tight range still, really. I'm pretty disappointed that Bookmap didn't pick up any of this noise up here, and that's not good. I think, yeah, that's really weird. I don't need weird. I need it to work. Okay, so I'm getting nowhere quicker than hell, aren't I? Let's shut that whole damn thing off. Jesus, I don't know what to do. This is really pathetic. Gex levels every 5 points apart. Tell me that it's going to be slow move down once we get to bomb. Yeah. And like we were talking yesterday, and you know, I think we were. I know that Magic and I did the night before. Draw a line every 5 points, and you're sure as hell going to hit they're going to be magic lines a lot. But I think you're probably right. And I think this whole thing is like I saw now another video from them about with Anne Marie and that Deanna chick from the Top Step TV, which is how I'd originally heard about this guy. You know, and it's just that's what they're all about. This is all about money. And I listened to let me see if I can find this one for you. There was a real interesting Mentor Q video where he was talking to two really sharp hedge fund trading guy. One of the guys started trading for Deutsche Bank in '98. You know, and looked like a young guy, but he's, you know, and has doing his own thing. And the other guy, and they were talking about, and at one point I was in bed, so I didn't roll it back to confirm it, but they said that the options levels were pretty much ridiculous. And that guy never said anything. Fabio didn't say anything. He kept trying to push him around to how those options levels would be beneficial for futures traders. And one of the guys said that most of those options levels were not really anything that would help. I mean, listen for yourself. I might have misheard the whole thing, but they were certainly not beating the drum about what a great idea and, you know, the Gex flip and they're going to do all this kind of stuff, positioning. And I was surprised that the whole video went, and it was an hour and change, right? So it was not like just a quickie thing. It was pretty interesting. I don't know whether it's true or not, but interesting. As we've talked before, the idea that is put forward about why options market makers who aren't trading directionally and can't hedge their gamma with the underlying, which is in our case futures. And look at us go up now. Makes sense to me, and I'm thinking that's a good idea. That's why I'm trying to push ahead and try to get my head around this thing so that it can help. But I was surprised at that one. I was unfortunately just too close to snoring to be able to say I know that's what he said. And one of the two guys that was clearly the more articulate anyway about his thoughts and the market, and the guy that had been doing the market making and trading since '98. I'll try to see if I can find that for you here while I'm trying to figure out what happened to goddamn. So the order didn't show up on Bookmap or be recorded. It was placed, but it wasn't recorded up here. And, oh yeah, it is recorded. There you are, volume 6. Man, I couldn't even see I couldn't see the volume numbers. So it's in and out flat. Let's see what happened over here. Okay, I was going, son of a bitch, it's not even recorded, but there it is. Okay, cool. My eyes are getting so bad. They all look like zeros up there to me. These screens. Okay. I can deal with scratch. If I had to, you just watch ATAS and trade from it, if I'm not mistaken. You know, if I had to depend on either one of these to just do that, the only one that would be even close for me would be Bookmap. IRT what is essentially completely useless for me to watch and trade, assuming that yeah, I agree. And like last night, as I was trying to point out to you, but I don't know how the hell to do it. Because I've updated the GEX levels over here. So looking at last night on Bookmap, can we look at last night on Bookmap? Yeah, but it doesn't help. Wow, look at that big sweep. Son of a bitch. Where the hell is that? I didn't see this big sweep in here earlier. Oh, man. Anyway, in the overnight, looking here, it's in the recording because I was actually streaming and talking to Magic. We broke below. Pretend this GEX 4 right here is put call wall. This put call down here. We traded down. We fussed around. Then we did one of these numbers here, and then that's where the sell off started for the gap, and it just went boom. Which, if you think about what we've been reading and hearing, once you go through the flip and underneath there, then instead of buying to dampen the movement, they sell. Now, the next question I have is how much of that activity happens at night? Because the spiders and those guys are not trading. And that's a question I'm asking. I don't have any idea about the answer. I'm pretty shocked about seeing this now. When I got in this trade, I certainly didn't see this big sweep. Maybe Bookmap was lagging? I'll be real interested to watch that recording. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, I'm ready to go to Trade of 8 and just shit can all this stuff and start trading futures on in Q on Trade of 8 again. It's like it works. You know, I think that's the story with Addis. I did notice that the Mentor Q guys, specifically the Patrick guy, who I think is still in Europe, is talking about Atas and using, was using that platform in addition to the Mentor Q to look at the levels and stuff. But then he said, but let's look at them on TradingView because that's a lot easier or something like that. But he definitely does do that. Now you see it's got this update thing going on there again. It did that yesterday and I did it. I don't know whether they keep updating their indicator or what's the story there. Oh, you're not looking at the screen. There you go. So I'm going to click this and see. Update available. Update on all charts. Update to latest version. I just did this yesterday night. Okay. Now, are you going to plot? Or what? So we'll see if this does anything. RTH, ETH, I don't know. I usually keep it on ETH, but I don't know. Oh, thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Good looking. Hey, come here. Yeah, it's updating something, but it's not plotting anything. So I guess their script update didn't work. We're selling off again, though. 30 down to 24. I don't know whether you're trading this thing, but they're just rotating it back and forth. But, almost 10 handle. I'm disappointed. Okay, let's start over. I got nothing going on TradingView. You'll see that in the up live thing, and it's with the MES. I'll give you that, but it's being converted. So that shouldn't have anything to do with the data story. Son of a bitch. I'm sorry for swearing, but I'm at the end of my rope here. God darn stuff. Anyhow, I'm going to shut that off. Leave the app. Yes, leave it. Get away from it. Go away. Shoo. Okay, Mentor Q. Let's see what these guys are up to. Well, here's live intraday. SPX says it's real time. There you go. ODT put support is 69.99.96. I think it's bizarre that they don't have these in ticks, but I guess it doesn't matter. I guess maybe SPY is not. Huh? Anyway, whatever it is, there you are. And you want to know if I have any MQ levels at 77, 20, and 30. Well, here's a GEX2 at 20. There's a GEX3 at 35. I hope you can hear this. I'm moving away from the mic. Here we go. There's a GEX20 at there's a GEX2 at 30. At 20, sorry. This is the GEX flip as I understand it for the standard options out however far, and that's 77.45. And the ODT flip is 77.49.64. The call resistance, ODT, and whatever that call wall or gamma wall is at 77.80. I think you can see that, right? I know you're on the phone, but so I've got one at 20 and I have a GEX 3 at 35. Nothing at 30 straight up. And this is oh, wait a minute. Do you want blind spots on maybe? Now, blind spots, no. Also nothing at 30. 20, very definitely. GEX 2. And that's just intraday. That's not historical. And I turn off the blind spot so that it's less, if you're looking on your phone, it's less confusing. And I assume you want SPX. I'm pretty sure that's what you said. Whew. Again. Whew. Sneeze-a-thon here, my brother. I'm going to turn on the music real quick like a money. For those music folks who are into some Latin shuffle. Man. Okay, I think the sneeze-a-thon is over with here. Let's, yeah. I'm not moving the screen so you can, if you're looking on your phone, there you go. Well, we had a sell down to the overnight low, which was the put support on my intraday thing on Bookmap, and it is bounced off of there and turned around and went heading back up. And boy, there was a 3-bar reversal. Holy smokes. So fat. Yeah. Look at this 3-bar reversal right here. That is about as perfect as you can get, and look at look at that. I'm about ready to just give all this crap up and get back to basics, you know. I'm standing here thinking about all of this, and that's about as perfect a 3-bar reversal as you could ever ask for in a million years. And a double top to boot. Now, you can't see any of that with that last price thing flopping around. And they dumped it once already down to the put level or support, supposedly, which is reflected on Mentor Q. It's the put support ODT right down here. And does that say ODT? Yes, it does. So this is the same thing I'm seeing on Bookmap as I'm seeing over here. And this is, am I lying to you? Probably. I like it when I do that. Yeah, intraday. So they ought to be the same. Thank goodness. What I don't have on Bookmap, maybe it just needs to be updated again. The GEX2 level on Bookmap is 77. Oh, but that's correct. The GEX2 level on Bookmap. Oh no, this is SPY. Sorry, Bookmap is the futures, but it's the GEX2 level is 7720 on Mentor Q this site, and it's 7725 on Bookmap. But the oh, wait a second here, hold the phone. Oh no, they're completely different. Now you see that the put wall or put support ODT is 7,000, right? 77 even basically. Over here it's 77.13 or 14.5. Maybe that's a matter of just updating it. Let's see. Keep an eye on the put wall, 77.5. This is stupid. This every 20 minutes you got to run around and update the lines. Isn't that ridiculous? It's doing them fine. It should. It's just going. It's querying their API, so it ought to work. I mean, there's no question about that. But it didn't change anything. It didn't change the put wall. It didn't change the GEX2. GEX4, where's that at? Well, I don't have any GEX4 on the Mentor Q real time. The call support. All support is at 777. Well, it's 7780 on Mentor Q. Gee, go figure. But this is SPY, no question about it. And there's no conversion thing on Mentor Q. It's just what it is. Oh man, I don't know. I do not know. I know that 3-bar reversal was pretty snazzy looking for 15 points or 14 points. Well, that's just not fun much, is it? Yeah, I don't know what to say about it. I'm kind of like magic. It's okay. It's, you know, who are you going to believe? It's starting to be just kind of ridiculous. I'm definitely not buying Mentor Q for a couple $100 a month. That doesn't strike me as a good idea. I don't think that would be valuable for me. Did I watch last Friday that European guy from Addis who does I did not watch that guy. The guy with the glasses and the kind of longer hair. With the impressive language skills that he streams in German and English, and neither one of them are his native language. I did not. I know this is getting kind of irritating now. We're up, you know, we keep jumping up here and traveling back and forth, and all of those could be in and out 5 to 10, 10-point moves. Reminds me. Yeah, we haven't closed the IB yet either. I don't know what I would think about that. Reminds me, I gotta change this one to, where'd it go? Now, what one will I use? The magic box is no more a box. RT 4020, 220, 5s. I think 4 lots is a lot for this market. But I got to get some risk on here. I mean, I've got to get somewhere quickly. Well, we're stuck between GEX 4, if you want to look at it, and GEX and the put support. I mean, there and there. If you're looking at this. So how do you decide it's GEX 4 and not GEX 1 and not, the blind level thing, which I understand about, but we're trading between GEX 4 and the put support thing. Boom, 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 boom. No problem. How does that become, I think if you look over here though, what are we doing? We're rotating around this distribution. Does that mean it's because I don't see the call thing is way above us. The flip is way above us. So do the dealers need to be hedging in this tight range for some reason? I could see where they're buying them because they don't want to get below here. But this is the put support, not the GEX flip. So I don't get it. And on the Mentor Q thing itself, GEX 3 and the PST. Boom, 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 boom. Which is not what it is. which is not what's on Bookmap, because on Bookmap it's Gex 4, and there's no Gex 4 over here. Jesus Christ. But this is the SPY. Sorry. Man. Well, those, according to these, according to the Mint or 2 guys, those have significance, those numbers. You know, like Gex 1 is the most significant moving down from the Gex flip. And then Gex 2 would be less, you know, because they're based on size of exposure. According to what I saw. Jesus, Anton, what do I know? You know, I don't know if I'm foot or horseback in this half the time now. So, and here we are popping through the Gex 4 level up here by the top at the overnight volume point of control and the top of this range. So that's something they very definitely said, that those are, or that's what I took away from it. You check it out for yourself, but that's what I got from it, that those Gex levels are not just arbitrary. They're there in order of, and that's why you see them in goofy orders. Like, look over here on Bookmap. Here's 1, here's 4, or I'm sorry, here's 5, and here's 4. Oh, that's blind level. Never mind. I'm trying to find somewhere here. Yeah, here. So here's the flip level. Whoops. Here's the flip level. And here's Gex 2. And then here's Gex 3. They do make a difference. According to what they said. I have no idea. According to their methodology, if we're above, this doesn't make any sense, you know. The Gex flip is up here at yesterday's prices, so it's up here around in yesterday's trading range. It's got nothing to do with down here, with where we are today. And as far as the regime goes, as what I understand is that if we're below the Gex flip, it's negative. If we're above it, it's positive. To the end about Gex levels. Let me see, where are we about Gex levels? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I just wherever I saw that, something about the Gex number. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, good. You're making money, so good for you. Well, somebody said something, I guess, or something happened. I don't know what, but that's a little bump there of buy volume. Crazy. Okay, how does it do the strength visually? The size of the line or something? Yeah, whatever. Oh, but it's doing the it's doing that histogram, right? The vertical histogram, or does it plot on the chart like we're talking about here? Because you can do that same thing over here somewhere. I think it's here. Yeah, there. So this is what you're looking at, right? So I guess this is yeah. Yeah, so 7730 here is a real small level, and it's not plotted anywhere in the GEX deals. Well, up to the VWAP, the Globex VWAP. Okay, cool. On the chart, then, on a chart or something. Yeah, this doesn't really help me a whole hell of a lot, to be honest. And this is not doing anything now anymore. It wants to update again, and it's still not doing anything. So try it again and see what happens. I don't think it'll. I did this last night, and it did plot, but there we go. It says it's updating, but it's not plotting anything. I'm not sure why that is. I wonder if it does the SPY. No. Yeah, I think you got the better deal there. I mean, it seems more intuitive from the sounds of it. And this thing now doesn't seem like anything now. Now it's not doing anything. Well, leave, go away, shoo, get out of my life. Well, a lot of fun here. A couple of pretty nice moves. This 3-bar reversal is cute as hell. I'm pretty disappointed that now it doesn't work at all on the on TradingView, either the MES or the SPY or anybody else. In the intraday levels thing, maybe it's something else. I don't know. Update on all charts to latest version. I don't know how many times you want me to do that, but okay. We'll do that. We'll save it. And it's not plotting. It was funny to me that the Patrick and those guys were using the trading view to look at all their levels and stuff. I'm not funny, but interesting. Something's up with this thing. Now it says it wants to update this one too. And the minute you update them, it stops plotting them. Oh no, it's got them back on again. Okay. Whatever. All right. Completely different. The put support ODT, this is the SPX, but this is converted to the MQ, is 77.5. And on Bookmap, it's down here at 77.15. So that's the end of that. Oh, there it moves. Now I updated it manually. Wow, how crazy is that? And it moved up to 77. Moved the put support up to 77.25, which is still off significantly from what it's showing in TradingView. Oh, disappointing. Oh well. There you go. So what is your put support ODT, or do you even have that? Bookmap Scott Piscini is using, I think, all GEX related products. He is the one showing the GEX-A platform in the interview with MQ guys. Oh, that's interesting. Well, yeah, those guys are making a freaking fat. They're cutting a fat hog in the ass, I'll tell you. You know, get a few thousand guys there at $300 a pop, and my, a month. That's a tidy sum to set before the king. Yeah, take care of yourself. I'm gonna go back to bed and cry. I'm disappointed, Lily. Oh well. Got to remember to cut that subscription, that's for sure. And here we go. I tell you what I'm going to do right now. Where am I? Is this Mentor Q or is this TradingView? This is TradingView. I'm going to shut that thing off. That's unresponsive. There we go. Get away from me. Thing. Where did that other one go? there. My Trading View seems to want to update everything now. And the last time I updated this particular one, it didn't show anything again. I had to roll it back in order to get back to what I could use. So I'm not going to do that right now. 77.5 is the Gex flip. The mid is down here at 12. Footwall is below us. RTH, ETH. Yeah, something's up. Going back over here and stay. No, thank you. Okay, I'm done with that. Stir it up. Well, here we go down some more, I guess. Certainly wouldn't short down here, though, however, because it's we're just rotating. I know that's pretty obvious, but yeah. This thing keeps updating over here. I'm kind of surprised. Gex flip is 77.50, and I think if you turn on that other stupid thing, you get the same idea. Or not. Well, this has got it at 45. $21, $20, big absorption level. I think we will break resistance 20. Yeah, maybe. They need to just get out of their own way for the IB and the overnight low and stuff first. We're definitely not closing the gap. Doesn't look like anybody's got any interest in doing that. This thing is as accurate as that Mentor Q thing is. It's easier to read, that's for sure. And updates real time. Or something's wrong with TradingView, maybe, I don't know. Or my computer, who the hell knows. Let's see, I gotta change this around now. Wait a minute. Well, now one of the accounts that I used to use on YouTube all the time. There we go. Lied. I was trying to trying to show you something here. Now I got waylaid by something pretty funny. Come on, where'd it go? History, there's what I want. Okay. How positioning moves the markets. This is the one, this guy here is particularly articulate and seems real switched on. Has been trading since 98. This fella's not stupid either, but he's not as, I don't know, it just didn't seem as, had it kind of a, yeah, I agree with that. That makes perfect sense, that kind of thing. Anyway, if you have a chance, check this out. How positioning moves the market. This is where I believe they said, well, GEX levels really don't, and that really doesn't affect the flows. I don't know. So there you go. It's called How Positioning Moves the Market. It's one of the mentor Q things. There's 8,000 views, and it was sometime, I don't know when, recently. One thing about the Mentor Q videos that's kind of handy is they're all pretty recent, which is cool. I find myself looking at something and think, oh, that's interesting, and then it's 5 years ago. It's like, oh, wait a minute. Maybe not. Now I have apparently lost my connection to Rhythmic. It's slow or something happened. So says Bookmap. IRT doesn't look like it's got an issue. And it's usually the first to scream about it. Down here at the bottom with a sweep again. Here we are to 21. Well, like I said, I was falling asleep and I thought, what, did that guy just say that? But then I was not going to find my phone and, you know what I mean, go back. I just listened to just something to go to sleep. I put in a pair of earplugs and so I don't bother Mama and the cats, and then I just listened, and I thought to myself, did that guy just say that? But I wasn't going to scroll back and do all that crap to try to hear it again. Oh, yeah. If you hear the same thing, let me know. If not, let me know I'm crazy and I'll just check in. Well, here's that short coming to pass. We're through the 21s and the 19s now. There's the IB low down below us at the overnight low. That's interesting. I don't think that was the case before. I'm getting paranoid, I guess. And it's not. According to IRT, the IB low is at 77.18 and the overnight low is at 16.25. Okay, I guess they're just close enough. And the GEX, whatever the hell it is, GEX 1 is at 1,500. One of the interesting things, the communicative guy there in that video, and the other one agreed with him, is that trading directionally and futures, the underlying is the most ridiculous losing proposition, rather than the options are without a doubt the most efficient use of capital. And they spent a whole lot of time talking about that. And a lot of it didn't make sense to me. Oh, I can't stand that guy. Yeah, I don't know if who knows if the guy makes if the guy's right or wrong. Exactly. Yeah, I can't even remotely. Remotely listen to Kramer. I haven't looked at CNBC in Jesus years. Well, I wish I'd have shorted the 28s, huh? And here we'd be at 10 points. And that Joe guy, he is so... Joe Kernan, that's his name. I first watched those guys in 1999 when I was in South Africa. Still in Africa. Yeah. Kernan and all of them. He's turned into like Mr. Meg. I'm sure the minute the camera's off, he's got his red hat on. His ball cap, He's crazy. So the story goes. And then, of course, Maria Bartiromo and Kudlow were all still there doing that back in the 90s, and now they're all, sock up foxholes. Kudlow is, I don't know what he is. He's not a host. I think he's like a financial wizard or something at Fox. And Bartiromo is busy, doing her thing, doing her shtick. Funny that I never would have guessed that they were so like that. But hey, takes all kinds to make the world go round, right? Well, where in the hell are we now? We're still putting along over here. We're on Bookmap. There's IRT. They got close to the IB and turned them around. So let's see what you said. Yeah, I know. You did. Okay. Yeah. Very definitely options make a lot more sense. Not selling premium doesn't make any sense to me, because anytime somebody says there's a fixed reward and an unlimited risk, I go, what the hell are you doing that for? And I'm sure because I don't understand. But if you're buying calls or puts, taking directional bets, sure. Much more so than swing trading. You know what I mean? Makes a lot more sense to me than swing trading, for sure. And I don't really understand that, 21-day expiration. And I've listened to Tasty a lot, and all the stuff you're supposed to do, and they're all excited about taking 20% or 20% profit. They went into it with an unlimited risk, and wow, here goes the IB, boom, and the call thing, the GEX1 thing. So now we've taken out the initial balance, and the IRT's not even updating it. Wow. Oh, there we go. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I know you. I figured you'd like hearing the story about options. And of course, if you're needing money, selling puts sounds like a great idea. Right? If you need cash flow, I just think it's, I don't know, enough about it. I don't mean selling puts, I mean selling premium. That's all they talk about in Tasty Live whenever I listen to them. All they're ever talking about is selling premium. So now we're bouncing back in after we've taken out the IB by a tick. So that box is checked. Let's see where I can look at this easier here. Well, I can look at it right over here. Why not? What the hell? I think. This is not right. That's pretty for sure. No, it is right. What's going on? Why is it not? Oh, gap down. Okay, I see the gap now. It wasn't drawing the gap. Now we got to get down here to the levels. Oh, okie dokie. So there's our IB low. We don't need the fence thingies on. Or the other thing. Or the other thing. What's going on? This thing is, yeah, having some issues. Huh. Crazy. What the hell is going on? 5 minutes. It's not drawing the zones, or the lines anyway. What did I do wrong? Maybe this one. There they are. Jesus. Well, there's the 25. We've crossed over the 25. Now should I short it and take it down for the bottom? That would be the edge full strategy. I think that we're rotational and probably going to just stay in this range. We just peeked through the IB low, and I would guess we're probably going to rotate back up to the POC. Just guessing. Oh, man. You know, I don't know what to do as far as bookman or IRT go. Well, maybe we are going to go back down for them. It's not a bad idea if you do want to buy this stock. Well, yeah, if you've got the money to cover your position. Exactly. Which, yeah, I didn't put that part in there, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, all of it's okay if you're selling covered anything, calls or covered puts. And then you're making premium, and that's the bet, as I understand it. I need something to eat. I'm getting all goofy. So an IB failure was the trade, eh? The old-fashioned, well, I mean, it's not really the trade, but certainly wasn't an IB continuation. Yeah, everything's got a good idea. I've always discovered that if you didn't need, if you're not worried or you don't need the money, it's real easy to make more. Typically. Takes money. The old saying when I was a kid, takes money to make money. And that's what puts most of the population on their back foot. Well, let me see here. I better get another tea and a string cheese or something. I'm kind of... Yeah, and there's another really true saying around trading: scared money can't trade, and that's absolutely true. Or you become closer to the bitter end, obviously the all those things that aren't good happen. And why somebody like Tom or whatever, has a big account they throw one out there, or like, I tested the market and I put them back out and whatever else. Or Rod. Well, I see 3 things there, but I don't see any. Oh, that can be. I guess maybe M2. I don't know. A string cheese is a pretty handy snack. I'm going to be really disappointed if I read the package and discover it's, made from Chinese garbage bags or something. And I don't think so. I wonder. I don't know how to test this. I don't want to just throw a trade on just to see, And obviously, in replay, nothing happens. But no matter what I've done to IRT here, it seems like every time I put a trade on Bookmap, it crashes IRT, and that did not happen before. So it must be something to do with, I'm guessing, with an update from Bookmap. I mean, I used to be able to plot. It didn't trade with IRT, but it showed the trades and the, positions and all that stuff. I removed all that kind of crap last night, and I have it set up to not even have a possibility of it trading, only in the simulated environment, according to what I read over there in the help thing. And boy, it sure crashed its ass off this morning when I put that trade out. So that's extra useless, right? I wish, oh man. Well, that sneezeth on there. There we come down again. Well, well, this war is gonna turn into a freaking show. I was thinking to myself last night when we were looking at the news just there at the end of the day that, Kirshner's talking about how he's doing this and doing that. What a great idea, a non-diplomatic Jewish kid is negotiating the thing with Iran. Well, maybe it would have been a good idea to send some, buddy else, a neutral party kind of thing. If I was Iran, I'd go, now what? I wonder what ulterior motive you've got, Mr. Kirshner. You know what I mean? It seems so weird to me. And I don't have I don't care if anybody's Jewish or whatever they are, but it seems that in this particular situation, it's maybe not the best idea to send your son-in-law with no diplomatic experience, training, or any other damn thing, who's card carrying Jewish fellow, to go negotiate with Iran. I just think that's the weirdest thing. But anyway, what else you gonna do? This world, every day it makes less sense. There's this big flap now about Trump taking his human printer with him on the on the catering truck and leaving Besant and Rubio and everybody in Air Force One. Oh man. And some picture of him and her supposedly going into some, clandestine house he's got in New Jersey or some crap. I don't know. Who the hell knows? Yeah, weird ain't the word for it. And the two, now that whole clan now are going to have a crypto bank. Gee, I wonder how they got granted their license, Dad. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Going to be real interesting to see what happens in a couple of months when this midterm thing comes around. Nothing would surprise me with these guys. See where Trump says he's going to make the Straits of Hormuz an American territory. How the hell you do that? Boom. Back through the, whatever that thing is, Gex 1. I don't know what to think about this stuff. Outer space again. There's a sweep. 415 contracts or stops. I would think this would be a short in the hole kind of deal, but it's, may well drop down to the 7s or down to that liquidity or whatever it is, 10. I don't know. I'd say it's not a very clear environment for me. No, there's a bunch of stuff going on there that's, yeah, won't meet the eyes, I don't think. It's just like that asshole. Well, and you know that Thiel is the guy who bought PayPal, right? So they're like thicker than thieves, those guys. And of course, J.D. Vance is Peter Thiel's boy. So it's a wicked web we weave when first we practice to deceive. You wascal wabbit. Yeah, it is a old boy. It's like a bunch of New York hoods, you know. That's the thing that pops into my mind. The good old boy club, and they're just flagrant about it. Flagrant. And all of Trump's kids getting these associated companies getting bid-free contracts for the defense, defense contracts and stuff. I'm amazed at how all these pencil necks get a clearance. I mean, I went through the clearance process before and worked for a NASA basic asset, whatever, and didn't have a clearance, but, I know a lot about it. It was expensive and they didn't do it at that time, but yeah, it was a big deal. If you have a goddamn parking ticket 10 years old, they want to know all about it, and it's a big thing. I don't know how these pencil necks like Kirshner and all these other guys get a clearance, which obviously you've got to have. And that moron, that Pulte, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's incredible. Oof, don't get me started. Let me put my soapbox back. Do some squats. Well, the last thing that Pulte guy did, which I saw a video of, is some sort of a, like Tony Robbins, those motivational kind of deals where they get a bunch of people hyped up and all this crap. And people were running up on stage and he was slapping them in the face with a green dildo. It's on video. It's on YouTube. This is the guy and has never had any diplomatic security, any kind of, isn't a lawyer, no experience whatsoever. Except being a rich kid of Pulte homes. This guy's running NASA. I mean, NSA. Christ. And even more ridiculous is that the senators are green stamping these guys, like the new AG, whatever his name is, I forget. He refused to, vow that that he would not do Trump's, that he would keep the DOJ separate from Trump's wishes. He refused it in the hearing. He refused to say that. And he also refused to say that Biden won that 2020 election or whatever. Incredible. And they're going to endorse him. That's the best part. Blanche. Yeah, getting a high level clearance used to be really tough, and once you got it, it was like a meal ticket, boy. You could go work a lot of places. Ooh. And I'm only talking, I'm talking the early 2000s. So not like, 50 years ago. And then after 911, of course, Jesus Christ, they came out of the woodwork with every kind of a rule and law and heightened security and everything else. Obviously. Ooh. What'd we do? What'd we do? I go blow my nose and look what happened. You let the market turn around on me. Oh, excuse me. Well, they are going back up again. Something's happening. Oh, Tom's streaming. There you go. Or somebody is. I just saw a thing from Bookmap and it's 10:30, so I figured that it's on my, these notifications pop up on my phone, which is on a stand down here by one of my monitors. Big sweeperoonie there. Oh, those guys in that video were also talking about the dangers of big orders coming in and sweeping out a bunch of levels with, you know, of light liquidity. So I guess maybe that's not a conspiracy fantasy of mine, that it really does happen. Nah, I'm just kidding. Of course it does. But they were talking about that too, that several times, and apparently seriously, that we don't know about or something. That's interesting to listen to. I'd be curious to hear your opinion, if they're full of crap, or I was just, maybe I better just listen to cartoons before I fall asleep or what. Oh. Those are 5-point swings, I guess, you know, if you took the mean reversion down there asymmetrically, and I forgot to do that. I get to talking to you and forget to put the timestamp things on. Tomorrow's no magic box day. I guess tomorrow's Wednesday, yeah. Yeah, I would say so. Good for him. Good. Happy to hear that. I would imagine he went for a long weekend, or who knows what. Or like I said, they probably needed him to go out to Jackson Hole and tell those Fed bankers what to do. Isn't that started, or that's coming right up, isn't it? I think this Wednesday is the Fed minutes, if I'm not wrong. Hi, Panda. How are you? You're so quiet. Good afternoon. Good morning. I keep, yeah, well, I don't know how fast I could get on the big dump, but yeah. I keep forgetting to mention that the other night when I was, Magic and I was streaming, maybe it was Sunday night, I don't remember. We were talking about the Discord channel for our, for this stream. And he said, well, I asked him if he knew how to just make it so people could come in there, like if we wanted to have a breakaway or something. And so there's the link for it is in the description of the streams now. Not that matters. But he was, we were talking about being able to talk or share screens or whatever else. Hey, Brenda. Hey, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. Yeah. Yeah. This is Melly. Well, okay. So the put support wall, ODT, is at 77.25. Let's see if it updates or does something different now. I think it's so weird. I'm going to take it off of here is also what I think is weird. There we go. Oh, shit. Yeah, look at there. Absolutely does not update live. Now it's down at 77.15 when I updated that. So apparently you've got to do that manually yourself. Boy, that is weird. Maybe not. Anyway, yeah, it's that's like, the reason that the typical lines over there update along with like session prices is it's picking up the data that I'm pushing from my machines to Bookmap. So maybe that API it's not, maybe it has to rely on an API call rather than a push, I guess, because they're completely changed. Gex1 is now at 77.25 and the support wall is down at excuse me, 15. Okay. Gex flips 45. Wait a minute here. I'll watch it tonight. Okay. Well, I don't have any Gex levels at at 5 points, but I've got 77.10 as liquidity, and then there is a couple of Gex levels, and the 1 day min is down there at 06. Put support. Standard put support is at 7,700, and it's the ODT that's at 77.15. makes sense to me, and I think those guys were talking about it, that that the ODTs is where the real dramatic stuff happens, because obviously, Vega, and they were talking a lot about Charm and whatever the other one is, Vanna and Charm, and that how the big deal is that it can change so fast because expirations every day is today, right? So it's not like they're not trying to do something 21 out. Or whatever the expiration is. I don't know. It's getting tiring. I want to make it a little trade a day and go back to bed. Oh. Mama's making bacon. I can smell it. 95, 75. Ooh. Oh, the SPX. Yeah. And I don't think TradingView is liking these new indicator updates, or my TradingView's broken or something's happened, because when I put them on, they don't want to work. They get this little needs to be updated, and then it doesn't work. Okay, there's the old one. The mid is 77.12 half, according to this, and we came right down to it. Hi, Panda. What else? What? I can't imagine what's wrong with your snack bowl. There's a hole in the bottom? Is that it? Okay. Yeah, see how it keeps doing that? Let's see what the gamma intraday, if they'll plot now. I don't know. Yeah. Well, back to the mid. Yeah, this thing won't plot at all now. They're the Mentor Q stuff on IRT or whatever this is called. Book math thing. The intraday one anyway doesn't plot. Well, 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 that is just ridiculous. And I suppose the end of the day ones might. Yeah, they plot. But the intraday aren't doing anything. Or on my side. So I'm not going to stop worrying about it. Boop. There you go. This is what I was looking at. And put support is completely goofy. You know, put support ODT is way up here at 77.5. Supposed to be 77.15. Boom. Magic jumps on the Globex stuff right at the right at the Globex Open at 1800 your time. I have been waiting until 19, till the Asia Open just to give myself a little bit of a break. But he's already in and done usually by the time that I get around to that. Like you are in the mornings already pulling the trigger. Well, what did we do? We got back to something. Who knows what? We bounced off of something else. We bounced off of this level right here. Oh, how magic! And then we went up here, and we're just holding right on this one. There you go. See how good the levels work? Maybe that's true. I don't know. The thing that bothers me about it is, okay, I go push the button again. Are they going to move all over? Are they going to change everywhere? Stupid. Stupid. Let's see if that does happen. I'm going to go push the button again. See if it updates to something new. And Tyler too. So we get down here. Watch for a move here. Gex 1. Well, where is it? 77 quarter and 77.15. So 10 handles apart. Just like you were saying. And update levels. Boom. Nope, they didn't. They are stuck here now from where they are. I think if I remember hearing what that guy said, that Fabio, they update every 30 minutes, their models. So I suppose 10:30-ish or 11:30 maybe, or maybe 11 o'clock straight up would be a new one. Didn't say what the cadence was, but I mean what the starts were, but yeah, looks just, that's something you can sell the product off of right there. See, we exactly support and up here to Gex 1, and they're stepping in, and hell, I can go sell this thing for them. Let's go. And let's see what else is happening around here somewhere. Oh, I know what I haven't been looking at. Yeah, I didn't look. What's Mentor thing doing? Ooh, that looks pretty busy there. End of day. No, wait, it's history. End of day. Let's just look at it. Just live one. Well, these are completely different than those levels even being. No, I guess it's about right. No, completely different. 15 handles off. This is the SPX though, so maybe that's it. Okay, I give up. I'm gonna stop looking at it. It just makes me mad. Just makes me mad. Trump, financial juice. Trump's instructed his team not to have talks with Iran until they're ready to sign a deal. Well, we had a MOU and then we violated it. I think, if I remember right. And the one just before that is positive discussions took place with Iran, but Trump decided to wait. Okay, there's a good idea. Wow. You know, if you stop and think about it on a much larger level, never mind. Cheers. Yeah, I'm not trading it either. I'm just mentioning magic. When I'm looking at the, doing one of these streams like I did the 6 weeks there of trying to find out if there was some opportunities because somebody said there was. And I believe it's because they trade the NQ or the MNQ instead of the ES. But usually magic jumps on with the yo-yo and has had it been like last night, he had, what did he say? Well, the upshot was that he had, I think, had a long on and had a runner and was going to go for a walk and see what it looked like in the morning when he got back, see how it worked out when he got back. But yeah, I find it better. The hell was that? I find it better to, I think more beneficial to do replays and, look at the different stuff that I'm trying to work out, like execution stuff with the magic box and that kind of thing, or the 5-minute open retrace, those kinds of things, than it is to sit and watch the market bob up and down, especially from Asia on. When the Asian that's typically nothing but a giant cluster. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I can get rid of this Gex crap. Okay. And get back over here. Where'd that go? There we are. And save. There you go. Here's Asia. This was the Globex. Nothing. Here's Asia. Here's Asia. Here's Asia. Out the bottom at 9, just a little before 9. It comes right back in to stop you out and then goes ripping up to the top. And what is this nonsense in London? This is just, this is just recent. Same idea. Now look at Asia last night. Boy, that would have been the one to get on, right? Hindsight, how clear. But typically, it's this kind of crap. And I agree with you completely. And London, of course, has a lot of movement, but I don't think I'm going to get up and start trading at 2 o'clock in the morning. So I agree completely with you. I think I was paged by the boss. I'll be right back. Well, get your short all queued up. I'm gonna go out and have some breakfast, and that's typically when all hell breaks loose. Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's great. I'm glad you did that. I'm glad you had great trades. I'd like to. Too bad we can't turn the screens around and I'll watch you. That would be great. I'm going to step away also here. Wow. Wind it up, baby. That's pretty amazing. I thought it was later than this, only 11:30. I will be back in a few. I just thought it was later when I typed that in the text. I hope everything's going good for anyone. If you've come in and out of here, I haven't seen you or Antonio or anybody, but yeah, I'm going to step away and get some food and go for a walk, do those things that I'm going to eat my own dog food and do what I suggest everybody does every day in trading. And Anton has got it. He's got the opinion that we're going to break lower, and that is entirely possible. I'm going to point out that this is the IB low and the IB high. And these are the GEX. Oh, yes, we were going to do that. I'm going to wait until 9:30 or 11:30 and see if these update. They're not updating automatically, which is incredibly strange, I think. But we'll see. We've got a minute to go. And I'll update these levels. We'll keep an eye on the put support ODT at 77 quarter. 77 half or 15, I guess. And we've got something else. GEX1 is at 25. So there you go. And put support's down there at 7,700. So 77, 15, and 25. That'll work. I have no idea what it's going to do or if it's going to do anything. But it seems to be that these don't update automatically. Got them on intraday, and when I update them, you'll see if we get a switch here or here or here. Who knows? Let's let it roll past the 30 mark. They update about every 30 minutes. I picked up off a video. So let's see what we get. Bingo. Updated down here. Okay, thank you. Quick map. 15. Oh, no. 77. And about 25. So they're not moving at all. Or didn't. This time around. Earlier definitely did. This put ODT was up here at 225. Jumped down here. So, okay, cool. So I don't know how often they update. And I don't know how often those levels change. So there you go. That's from MentorQ. And these are, this is IRT in motion. Big gap down. No apparent desire under any circumstances to close the gap. Here we are over here. And I got a little doji going on over here. Oh, where's my mouse going? Doji going on over here. Fractals. We've got a naked volume point of control above us from the 6th. Plus we have the MCVPOC up here. Excuse me. What the hell's going on? This thing is not wanting to do anything. Okay. There you go. Put the mouse on charge while I step away. There we are. Okay, what do we do? What do we do? We're down at the bottom again, huh? Okay. It's 10 points, you know. If you're good enough at trading those mean reversion or those little scalp rotations, you're picking off 5 to 10 points a whack. That's doing great. I need some water and tea. Hey, Magic Man, what it is there, my brother? How did your? I think your runner probably got stopped last night. If I'm not wrong, unless you had a, I don't mean stop, but you know, I think it came back to your break even. Quite the goofy day today, huh? 35 handle gap down, and not even sneeze about looking back. It didn't even consider looking backwards. Good for you, man. The short at 3,099. Wow. Wow. So you came back and looked into the market later in the evening then when the big drop started. Okay, because last time I talked to you, when I was getting ready to close down, you had gone long and taken off your, you got your payday, and then you had a runner going and you were going to head out for a walk. So cool. Oh boy. Yeah, $300. Yeah, that's what I need. To hell with them and their whatever it's called. I still have the candles, and I've been watching 3-bar reversals and stuff. They've been hitting too. I better get this back to looking like Bookmap, or I'll be kicked out of the club or something. The consistency rules, and those guys are driving me crazy. Oh, there you go. Good for you. About 10 o'clock or so, I've just signed, and Central Time, I'm out I'm tired. So that's where I'm at. Anton's been expecting a dump. I think Anton's done pretty well today. He had a couple of trades on, I think, this morning, and then he was saying something about put a trade on with some micros and was going to go leave alone until the end of the day or something like that. It's up there somewhere. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's just up above at 11:08. Hmm. There's another tool they have, and I don't seem to be able to find the damn thing. Hmm. You trade the gold. You trade gold, and I suppose crude in Nasdaq, maybe. I mean, I know you traded Nasdaq. Oh, look at here. So there's ODTE. Wow, there's no longs. I mean, there's no calls. Can that be true? Wow. All short. Well, this is kind of an interesting thing here. Maybe Anton would probably like that. Dex must be Delta. Yeah. There's hold on there. Open interest. This is one that's interesting. These are some pretty cool charts here, that's for sure. I think this is the first time I've seen the POC migrate all day, isn't it? Or is it? No. We had a little square dance this morning and then a little dipsy doodle right here, a little crazy Ivan right here. Well, I'm just, I have worked out that what I need to do on the book map is update the levels myself by doing, which is kind of weird. Where'd the mouse go? There we go. I go here, and maybe it's not supposed to be this way. Now my mouse is not wanting to talk to me very good. Huh. Okay. By going like this, it updates the levels over here. And then they seem to be pretty much correct along here as far as they line up over here. Like here's the 15 is to put. Oh, no, they don't either. Oh, this is the SPX over here. I'm sorry. And this is a futures. And then over here, I've been watching this. This is something I was just finding out about that is pretty interesting. And here are all the levels, which you can turn off or on. This is GEX. This is Delta. And, you know, open interest, volume. I don't know what, and volatility times open interest, whatever the hell that would be. I don't know, but that's pretty interesting. I just was looking at and just found these things here from poking around while I was standing here just now. So, and it doesn't work. There's something wrong with the indicator on TradingView. It doesn't work at all. It's wanted to be updated and it's down. Doesn't work even a little bit. If I do the end of day ones, I get the end of day indicators over here. But as far as the intraday, nobody home. And it wants to do this update, which I've clicked 2 or 3 times and it doesn't update it right or save it or work right. So, you know, something wrong with the script that they've sent to TradingView, I guess. And then nothing will happen. So there's where I know about that, which is not much. I think GEX-A is probably, there's a lot of fancy bells and whistles and stuff they do. Oh, I was looking at something else. I just was listening to something while I was laying down getting my eyes figured out. The Q score and momentum and volatility score and seasonality score, and then you can do strategies based around these, but I can't seem to get to those. There should be more, either it's a different window or there's more, should be more I don't see the screeners and stuff. There's got to be a different window here that you get somehow. I don't know what it is. So there you go. In other words, I don't know. Started thinking about it. Let's see something here. Oh, no. Okay, here are all of these options, screeners, and gamma exposure, and where are their strategies around here? So now here they are. Here's all their different strategies. There's a futures one. There we go. I was thinking this was in the dashboard. I thought you needed to go back to the dashboard for this, but I guess not. How to trade wheat futures using options data. Well, that's... Oh, here we go. Futures options, futures trading. This is supposed to be able to get this plot. I mean, this is obviously what we get when we get that one, whatever it's called, this one plot that they have. But I've never seen one with these nice graphs on them. And then there's a way to how to trade these and the strategies of what to do. Here's the ES. So yeah, there's they got a lot going on, this outfit. A lot going on. Now this is the futures trading thing where they do a lot of this. They got a lot of crap going on, these boys. And this is the thing I already have open, I think. But by the time you got all this crap turned on, you'd be looking at around $400, $400 a month, I think. Just the basic, where did pricing go? Now, I don't know why this is doing something else there. Products, futures, options, gamma, Q score, skew. Lot going on. Somewhere around here they gotta have selling Somewhere around here, they've got the price. You can be a partner. There you go. Well, I guess it's accurate enough. There's the put support and put support ODT. This is a blind level. Here's the flip, which they HVL is what they call it, but this is the flip for ODT, and this is for the regular options. But then here's another one. Oh, wait. This is historical, I think. And this is, I don't know. One of them's intraday one. Let's see. Okay. All right. So this is intraday stuff now. I can't say that I really know how this would help me so far. So I think I'll do this. Now, Bookmap did something pretty funny to me this morning. I did the magic box. And it... I got the magic box on. It traded up. Got up about here, and it was acting funny. The screen was kind of looking weird. I trailed up quickly to break even just to see what was going on. The minute I got there, it executed. Flat, no problem. 6 contracts round turn, so the commissions are there, but yeah, it was pretty weird. I mean, I'm pretty happy I did that because the result is not that pretty picture, but yeah. And I didn't look down here yet, actually. Let's see what this has to say. Let's see what Bookmap's actual thing says. Yeah, 1 position. Time to fill, max lots 3, fill twice, dead scratch. Okay. Oh, there you go. There you have it. Grasshopper. The thing that it puts me off and did this morning as well, even though I have all the interrelated stuff on IRT turned off about trading, the minute a trade fills, IRT crashes completely. Now that's exactly not, you might guess that's not supposed to happen. They're using the same data, yeah, but it's got nothing. I mean, it's not trading. I removed all the trading notes and any related trading buttons that I used to have on my charts because it used to work fine. I had it on simulator, but it would still show the trade notes, the flags. So you got this one's short here and 2 long down there and whatever else it is. However, the trade was gonna what exactly the same as it would look like on Bookmap. You know, there's the entry and there's the stop and there's the two targets. Why all of a sudden now it's decided to, maybe with this updated multi-brackets, I don't know, but it crashes the complete program, just boom, shuts it right off. And I have everything shut off except what I know how to do with this is that you go to Rhythmic Data, Preferences, and there you see I have the brokerage account selected, simulated, none of the other ones. And that's supposed to completely isolate it. Obviously, there's the data log on, completely isolated. And I don't have any of the, none of this stuff is all removed. This is where it would show the orders and the, fills and that kind of stuff. That's all removed. I don't have the quote page, which is the trading quote page, is all gone off every one of the windows. So it's, I don't know. I'm going to have to send them a support ticket and say what the hell's going on. The thing that bothers me about it is obviously it's an expensive program. If I were relying on it to trade, I couldn't possibly do that. Right now, all I keep that up for is what I see here to push the levels that I have for my RT over here to Bookmap and to supply all those TLab guys and whoever else is using them the session prices. Well, that's probably not a very good use of my money. That's not a good allocation of capital, I guess. You know what I mean? So, wow, this is amazing. This is $1 wide here. Just $1. 1 point. And look at that. Look at the price. Flat as. And it's one minute time frame. Now it comes up and it's actually got some movement to it. But look at it for the last hour, more than an hour. Ooh. Anyway, yeah, it's been an interesting experience. I've been interesting looking into this GEX stuff. I'm not going to spend that kind of money for it, no matter what. So, at this point, I think the GEX A seems to be, if you read up above there, looks like GEX A is working pretty good. You're doing real good if you got short at 3,000, because you're down here at 29.6 now. That's pretty amazing. That's big. Well done, my brother. Okay. Got it. Wow, wow, wow. I found a bunch of stuff over here to do with Mentor while I was moseying around here. And for example, this thing here, you can set all the levels up so that the levels are all in here, and then you can get it wherever you want it. You can also look at delta. You can look at volume, open interest and volatility, implied volatility and open interest, which is kind of interesting. It doesn't have those graphs that I see on some of their other charts, but that was interesting enough, I guess. And they have different strategies for trading these things, and you need to be at I need to be in a different dashboard thing than this, but and the charts seem to be fairly consistent. If I get rid of the end of day, wait a minute. Yeah, historical end of day and end of day. then these are fairly consistent with what I get when I update the bookmap thing. So that seems to be kind of normal. Try to get back to this page over here to show you this other thing. If I don't know if I can or not, but I don't know why I can't just get there. It's kind of weird. This is the now this Q score and momentum score and volatility and seasonality score. These things all are what they use to figure into to identify and get their use their strategies. And then there's a back testing thing over here that you can do that will give you the scores and the outcomes supposedly. So this is some stuff I was looking at. And I can't seem to ever get to that one page. And I don't know why. I'm sure it's me, but what I have to do every time is go back to the damn website, and that can't be right. This thing here. So here are these strategies that they have built and how they play out and how you deal with them. Enter them, what the basic strategy is. This is on their website, and I don't think you even have to be oh, maybe I am. Maybe you do have to be logged in to get to this thing. I didn't think so, but maybe. And this tells you all about the ODT levels and the volatility models and the implied vol and open interest, all those different Q score and everything. So there's that. Again, I don't think that it's worth the value. I don't think the value's there for the money, but maybe. And if you got plenty of money laying around, and $300 or $400 is nothing, fine. But so there's the chart. There's the summary. There are the levels that we talked about, never mind. And these are the options ideas, the matrix, all intraday, the heat map, heat map. And then the exposure thing, which I was just looking at. And you can select which one of these GEX levels you want on by here. So expected move max, 1 day expected move max is at 7805, and call resistance is 90. The GEX flip ODT, and you know what I don't see here anywhere? I don't know. I don't see the... Oh, there it is. Put support is down here. That's 7,500 on this thing. Oh, there you go. I'm tired of thinking about mentor Q. And after the one time of updating on Bookmap, then they seem to be, they haven't moved again. So that's, I guess, normal. How's your micros working out there, Anton? Could be good, I guess, huh? I would suspect good. Hmm. Mhm. Okay. Oh, great. Good for you. I would have no idea how to do any of that, to be honest with you. So I admire you. But I have heard, as we were talking earlier, that covered calls or the covered puts calls, whatever, is the way to go. If you have the money. I should have probably done that a year and a half ago and just forgot about this shit. Now I'm not in the position to do that now. Osnoff and Scott, and now I think Tony Batiste has left Tasty Lab and gone over to Lost Dog. Have you looked at the new platform that they've put together? By any chance? This will be the third one. If it goes like the other two, they sold each one of those for $1 billion, more than $1 billion. So I guess they're doing pretty good. And welcome anybody that's new to the stream. Drop into the chat. That's always good. Where are you? Who are you? This is crazy. I like this. I think that you stuck. Whatever, whatever it is. The purpose here is just, this is my virtual training journal, and everything I do is completely live, real time, and completely transparent and fully accountable. The idea is it's just what I'm doing. Anybody's got a better idea, speak up, or suggestion or whatever. But any trades that I take are live, real time. Never, one early this morning right over here we were just talking about. Didn't work out so great, but there you are. And then on Bookmap, or on IRT, is where I try to develop and structurally vet these trades. Oops. RT crashed in the meantime there, and I didn't fix that yet. Sorry. For example, this is a strategy, and then here is the strategy as it's played out, this trade, a short. Now, these, when I'm back testing or forward testing a strategy, the results are sent to this. The computer is taking the trades based on these rules. It evaluates every one of these rules, every whatever the time period is. In this case, 1 minute. If that, if it leans to a true in a trade, then the results are sent to this chart so I can visualize that things are happening where and when I think they should. And this is all within the IRT simulated environment. So I'm not algorithmically sending stuff to the brokerage account. The live trading happens on Bookmap. where I live execute. Now, the way I would do a forward testing in the live market for this strategy, for example, when this trigger fired right here to enter the trade, I would replicate the same thing over here, and I have a way to send these levels and zones and labels to Bookmap so that I can trade them live over there. That's the deal. Block and speed. So there we have a short today, and I wasn't even thinking about it because I was busy looking at these stupid GEC levels over here, and I cannot plot more than one with this setup. I can only plot these Mentor GEX levels. I can't plot my trading levels, so I'm gonna get them off of here tonight. Now, here you are. There you have it. I like the GEX-A idea, frankly. What would be really great if there was a way to contact that group, the GEX-A team or whoever the hell they are, and bring the data into CSV so that they could be incorporated somewhere, like over here, in like I used to do with the other one. That would be handy for me because then I can look at one screen and see the levels and my trading zones, and that would be ideal for me. But I think you can. The GEX level thing charts everything, if I'm not sure. The GEX-A charts everything, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. Boom, boom. Get rid of all that nasty liquidity over here. Yeah, whoa, we broke out now. We're really ripping and tearing here. We're 13 to 35. Hi, Panda. How are you? Meowing. Is there an absorption on ES at 19 and 20? ES. Are you talking? No, you're not. Never mind. Well, I have to turn it on, actually. I don't have the absorption indicator on. I have the sweeps indicator on. Okay. It's got to calculate it if you're not looking at the stream anyway. Okay, so you're on your phone. Never mind. Yeah, stand by one. It's got to think about it a minute. I didn't have them turned on for the ES. Essentially, yeah. I mean, there's a big ball delta right at 1950, but it's buying delta. But I don't see any sweeps, or the sweeps indicator isn't sweeping. So no, not on the book map. And you're looking at your ATAS, so I'm sure you've got it something going on over there. There's liquidity there, though, on both of them. I would say it's a... Yeah, there's one there's about, not at 20, though. 1975, close enough. It's pretty weird how far away. Wait a minute. Okay, it's all right. Same difference, I guess. Yeah, there we go. Now it's plotting out some absorption. I guess it just wasn't through thinking yet. There is absorption. There was 216 absorbed at 1975, and there's another run at about 1875 right in here, within at your time 15:08:41 and 15:11:24 ish. I don't know if you can see my screen on your phone or not, but what I'm looking at is right here. And there's also an iceberg at, or a stop run, at 319. All right around in the area you're talking about, and on my thing over here, at least, developing value area low is 18.25. It's funny that this thing is above the IB. And about six handles below mid RVPOC, VWAP, all of that stuff. And over here, about the same distance. Yeah, we're doing about the same thing, but I don't have the sweeps on the micros, or the absorption. GEXA is showing that GEXA levels at the below current price are 90% based on puts, open interest. Okay. Well, I can, on this, I don't know if you could see it, but on that Mentor Q thing, I can tell you exactly what that thing is. Open interest is right there. This is on the SPX. The wait a minute. Yeah, open interest, that's right. The levels and the delta. There's 139.56 million on the put side at 77. And the GEX flip this doesn't show the wait a minute, I wonder if I can filter this for the day. Oh yeah, that's all. Probably go like this to get the day. Hold on. Doesn't show the level. Yeah, I don't know whether you can see any of that or not, but there you go. And the put call open interest is over here. This little line over here. If you can see it, I don't think you can if you're on your phone. You can, unless you got eyes like a, micro boy, spider, Spider-Man. $77,000 put open interest to calls. This is at 7,700 and 52,580 calls. The Gex flip, which is right here, I guess, at 77.45, I guess. Boom. Boom. Blind spots. Let's not look at them either. So this has in 7,700 is the put support so far. A Gex flip ODT is 77.5, and this is on the SPY. Which is what I think you're looking at. One thing that puzzles me here. Oh no, it doesn't now. It's negative. Yeah. So what gamma does? What do you show on Gex A as the gamma positioning? Negative or positive? Just out of curiosity. No, it's just the script screwed up. There was a thing to update the script, and it just it's just I did that and it's not working. I've had that happen to me before on this trading view. It's whoever whatever their names are has got to update the script again or fix the script. And maybe they did. Maybe restarting it'll work. I don't know. When you get these little goofy purple thingy spinning around things, that's what seems to do it. And there's the levels on the SPY. Or the SPX, sorry. Which is stupid. It isn't even possibly correct because 77.24 is where it's got to put ODT, supported ODT, and it on all of the other things on my book map and on the regular Mentor Q, it's all 77.15, which is that's also crazy. Well, something's. Oh, wait a minute. What am I doing? I'm looking, thinking, holy crap. Let's take over here. Yeah, it's still goofy. It's 77.48 up here on the ODT, but that's end of day. And the GEX4 and the expected move are below us where we're trading now. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm tired of thinking about it. I like my free thing better. And I don't know why. I've had it happen once before when the little, the little purple things that spin around that says that there's an update available, and I click on them, and then the damn thing doesn't work. And I close off, it's updating. You see that if you can look at the screen at all, if you can see up here in the corner, it's updating the levels, no problem. Intraday, but it's not plotting them any place. So, maybe when I updated the levels, no, show converted levels only, MES to SPX. There's all the levels that are supposed to be there. Right, 50 dark, bottom, bloop, schmerp. Yeah, I don't know. This roadmap thing, I don't know what's up. Now, there's the roadmap. It plots the roadmap bands, but it's not plotting any of the levels. Isn't that weird? Maybe there's some tick box I don't have going on right here. I don't know. I don't know. Who knows? These be interesting to see if these split. Wait, let's see if this one, if these plot. But well, either there's something goofy with their particular script, which was just updated, which I just updated earlier today, or something's up with TradingView. But you see that it updated right over here at 13:30 Eastern Standard Time. Right there. No, it's not plotting anywhere. It's not plotting the levels no matter what. On the intraday. And maybe they've figured out a way to block me from the MES because it was live, and I'm not supposed to do that unless I pay them $60 or I don't know. You know what I mean? Who the hell knows? But it's not working on this SPX either, so I don't guess that's it. So that's it for TradingView. For me. What data is for options trader? You mean the stuff I was showing you earlier? Absolutely not. It's for futures. I mean, according to them, all of this stuff that I was just showing you is applicable to futures. According to when I watched the thing about trade futures, he was talking about using the Q score and all of that stuff for these are the things they figure into their strategy for futures trading, and also for options and different swing trading and options trading and futures trading. There's a thing I just watched while I was resting my eyes here at the middle of the day about that from Mentor Q. That's how I knew to go look over here and see about this stuff. Yeah, but whatever you want to do. Like right there. Gamma levels on futures options. ES and NQ. Futures trading. What to do, how to look at this stuff. And then he talks about the Q score and some others, the way they figured these. The entry and all that stuff. I mean, I just am looking at this now. I didn't look at this before. I was just listening to him talk. But yeah. This is just on their website, but I think you do have to have an account. I think I must be logged in here somewhere. Only because I see where it says account up here in the URL. Not sure how you change these to make the backtest mean something. They've got a lot of work done to this thing, that's for sure. And they're really milking it for anything they can get out of it. I'll be real curious to hear your opinion of that video that I showed you earlier with the two institutionally kind of guys talking about the much deeper levels about it. Well, let me just see now what the hell's going on. Boy, what a day. Oof. 13, 23, 22. Well, no. Yeah, 22. Did you happen to find out? Well, it doesn't matter. He's okay. He's streaming today, so everything's fine no matter what happened. Yeah. Now, this is an interesting one here. These, if you're looking at, no, you're not, shit. This support, which has been pretty substantial all day, is put support for ODT only. The put support for the wider chain is way down here at 77, according to the stuff that I've got being pushed to me. I don't know how that lines up with your well, one of the things I noticed about your comment about lines up with what we do. One of the things I noticed in his little webinar there or whatever, that about the trading strategies and stuff, when talking about the future strategy, you put it on the way they've got it set up, which sounds a lot more institutional than we sure as hell are. You put it on at the open of the day and you close it at the open of the next day, or unless the stars align for you to continue that trade. So yeah, completely different than the way I do it. For sure. But so do you have the put wall or the ODT put support at 77.15-ish on GEXA? Is it pronounced Gexa? I wonder. Not that it matters. Oh, wow, 239. Okay. Wow, I'm already done with the day, almost. Look at this. Well, there you are. There's the open. And here we are. Pop. Right back to within a handful of points, 6 points from the open. So that was absolutely one beautiful profile. Just a little bit of a skew on the upper side there, or tail skew, I guess it's called. But pretty damn Gaussian, I think is the correct word. Right around the center point there. IRT, same story, of course. This is my basic charting platform when it works. It's not funny, actually. And here we are. So the higher time frame, the micro composite, this will definitely be a outlier. This will be the last for this micro composite today. There's nothing down here. There's no overlapping price. The way this works is, whether it's right or wrong, it's at least consistent. The instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So every one of these is one full RTH trading session. Wherever they overlap, I continue to pull the volume profile around them. We get a VPOC, we get these high and low volume nodes which push to bookmap. And that won't continue tonight because look, we got Mr. Shiny Boy down here. Now, just like same instances here. No overlap. So another day down the drain, and here we go with the new one up here. That's how I do them. So there will not be any continuation of this micro composite until we see what happens tomorrow. If they overlap here, okay. If they gap again like they did here, there will be nothing around this thing. That's how I do them. And how is this guy doing over here? Yeah, he closed out. So there's 24 ticks. He closed them out at, because I have an end of day rule here, so these closed out at 2:30, 14:30. So there was a no heat short, right? Based on the zones. It's real simple. There's a breakout, and then of the IB, and then a retest. And when it's looking short, I want it to retest the 50. A little, and I have a swing wave between them. And when it's to the upside, retest to the 25 between these two. And then I put a stop on the other side. And when we get the first scale out, which is here, it trails up. Right there's the stop. Is that yellow? It trailed up to entry. Now, we never hit it. We have not hit it yet, but it has an automatic end of day liquidation. So total of 24 ticks. Actually, it's 24 plus plus, because this old indicator that they have in IRT doesn't compensate for multiple targets. So this is 24 ticks, and this is, you know, considerably more. So there you go. Let's all go to Electric Avenue. Let's look at this. Tomorrow, this is investing.com. My old-fashioned, old standby news. Tomorrow we have crude crushing and FOMC minutes. This is a major number to a degree that AMP Futures, my broker, raises the daily margin rate to the maintenance rate at 1,700 tonight, all the way through until after 1,300 tomorrow afternoon. They said it's at the there's four reports that they do that, or 4 instances. And the minutes may not be one. It may just be the meeting, but I think it is. To think about it, it is the if I can see now that it'd help, CPI, PPI, non-farm payroll, and it's the FOMC meeting, not the oh, I thought I had that fixed. Well, that's a drag. I thought I had gotten that all taken care of. This is a pop-up scam thing. I have never had McAfee ever. And this is I got to go now into the and remove this from the notification deal in the back end. What a pain in the ass. So anyway, that was investing.com. And there's earnings tomorrow, but they're nobody major. And this is Financial Juice, which is a similar idea. The calendar, the live squawk box. And this is where we're going to have the market on close at 14.50, as we do every day. Look at the dollar. Oh, Trump must be so pleased. He's just pounding the old dollar. Oh, look at this. We're going to taco on Canada. Oh my goodness. Look at there. Wow, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? Good. I mean, maybe we ought to do it on them all. Maybe he ought to just go play golf or something. I don't know. Anyway, so let's see what happens with the market on closing balance. Boy, that's irritating. I thought I had that fixed. It's been a whole week since I had any of those stupid things. Now I got to remember how to do all that again. Damn it. And it's only on investing.com. So what it's doing is it's hooking, that thing is hooking its tail onto some other ad that's being pushed through it. Then it gets dumped into your machine and set in your approved notifications thing. What a stupid. Yeah. So we'll stand by for the market on closing balance in 2.5 minutes. We are still just flopping up and down like a fish on the dock over here. I don't know if I asked you or if I was just thinking about it. Anton, does Jigsaw differentiate between ODT stuff and regular general? I think it's all ODT, isn't it? If I remember reading something about that. No. Anyway. There we go. So, well, there's a little absorption going on there. Around 17 and a half. Well, Magic, you better get your trading shoes on because this is going to be one of those things where in the overnight will probably just go ripping off to Jones's house like last night, or up the other way, close the gap. Who knows? Take care, Anton. Well, there's the market on close imbalance. Am I on the right window? No. Okay, there we are. 138 million buy sell side, 280 million Nasdaq buy side, Dow 128 million sell, and the Mag 7 177 million sell. And those are really, really light numbers. In case you're not familiar with the market on close imbalance, I mean, we get things like 4, 5, 8, 9 billion contracts on the S&P. 9 was the highest I've ever. 9 and change, the highest I've ever seen. But, 1, 2, 3 billion is not unusual even at all. So these are super light. And I don't know what that means. Actually, there was I don't know what that means, but I need to look into it. There are people who only trade the market on close and balance numbers and apparently do very well. Go figure. Or they're really good liars. That could be it too. Their internet gurus are only trading rearview mirror stuff. Or, look at what I did on TradingView. See, I got in long here and I got short over there and I did this somewhere else. Yeah. Eight minutes till the close. Cash close. We have another, the market is open trading until 1600 and then it shuts down for the settlement and things, but it's 1600 is the cash close and that's when I wind the stream up. Well, thanks for coming by the stream. Remember that need to keep a work-life balance and get away from the screens, get your eyes focused, let them focus on, get outside, get some natural light. Try to stay healthy as you can. Exercise, really important. Be well rested, well hydrated. If you're on emotional tilt, throw your mouse in the garbage can. Don't stand, don't walk up to your trade desk. That's all really important. Now you watch them put a closing swing on it and swing trade on it, and this thing go ripping down to the who knows what level, Nothing would be surprising. And you know what I didn't look at almost all day since early this morning is the volume. Well, it's much more respectable than last week. We were at one point last week, I forget the day, it's in the stream, it was 35%. Earlier this morning around the open, we were up in the 90s because I pre-market, I definitely always look at it. That is the way that works is it's the average volume of the last 20 trading sessions. And then that's the percent at that time of day. It's certainly not the time I would put a trade on, but there are people who do. They trade the closing swing trade and I guess do well. Or the market on close, obviously. Those are orders gearing up to go. And I don't know how you trade it. I have never figured it out. That would be a good question for your favorite AI person, I guess, or favorite AI member. Now watch. There's there's 30 seconds to go. And look at that. There was one sell side, one buy side, and they drop it 5 points, 6 points, 7 points in the blink of an eye. I don't know how you trade that, how you would trade that. Maybe just kind of like the opening swing trade, just put one on either side of it and see what the hell happens. You know, or I don't mean the opening swing, I mean the orb opening breakout. I don't know. Actually, the closing swing is right there, but what this, I think this is qualifies it, you know, the lead up to it. 2 sells and 2 buys, I don't know. All right, so have yourself a great evening. Magic, if you're still around, take care. Anybody else that's still in here, thanks a lot for coming by. Remember, every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, unless I have there's something overwhelms me and I put on an evening Globex stream, short one. I do every once in a while. So thanks very much. Take care.